Well, this is embarrassing. Let's get started. And now we can't see me. Man, today is just all about the Saturday, right? Oh, I see my camera had to adjust. And it's still not very good at adjusting. Hello, everyone. I'm usually much more coordinated than this. It's not supposed to be this freaking dark. Maybe it's this over here. There we go, and now I'm too bright. It's always going to be something, right? All right, just so I don't make the crazy. All right, I'm going to turn down my music for a second. Oh my gosh. Oh. I've been on for less than 10 minutes and I've already had 2 disasters. Disaster number 1 was not figuring out how my mic works. And the second one was my control center crashing. Why did it do that? No. So, hi. My name is Wynne Blue. I am a musician and artist out of Seattle, Washington. And if it's not Seattle, then it is the Seattle metropolitan area. And for those of you purists, I'm from Bothell. Let's get some lights set up so that I can actually do some drawing. Now, if you were watching me on Thursday, which is a stream I added for Inktober, then you will know that my iPad ran out of juice right there in the middle of me doing my thing, which was awesome. And now I have a cell phone that has absolutely 0 battery over here, so if I'm lucky, it won't die on me. You know, I picked noon on a weekend because there wouldn't be anybody here, but my dear husband has injured himself in some way, and he just didn't sleep very well last night. And so he hasn't gone to do his regular Saturday thing, and I am not here alone. Of course, if he is listening, he's probably thinking, well, maybe I should just leave. I'm like, no. That's not how it works. If you're here when I wasn't planning you to be here, that doesn't mean that you have to leave. It just means that I have to be a little more, I don't know, cautious. Not cautious. Cautious is too strong a word. A little more, not a little more anything, a little less of the things that might catch his attention and make him want to kibitz or heckle. You know what I mean? I've only been to a comedy club with my husband maybe once or twice. You can't go to a comedy club with Jack. He'll talk to the comedians. And you know, it's the same thing with his son. His son will talk to comedians. His son is the kind of kid, and he was like this when he was 12. Took him to a show, an all-ages show. And the band was about to start up their next song, and he goes up and starts talking to one of them. Hey, blah, 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 blah. And the guy's like, I'm playing a song here, kid. But it's not the same as, you know, heckling a comedian. I think the true talent of stand-up comedians is that they is if they can handle a heckler. And whether it's ignoring someone or if it's knocking them down, then there we have it. Okay, so my iPad is all charged up, and I'm going to bring it here front and center into my thing. Let's see if Freddie is in her cam, in her spot. Oh no, I haven't bothered to set that up. Not good. So let's just go to the drawing board, and I will set up Freddie to do whatever it is that she needs to do. Yeah, there we go. I know this is all very exciting, watching me sit here and press buttons. Come on, are we there? I might have to go over there and see what's going on. In the meantime, though, I do have... Well, I did have something. Oh, yeah, there it is. Little placeholder picture for Fred, who I'm going to put over here, because nothing ever happens over here. All right. This is what I propped up my iPad on last time. Okay, let's make sure that we've got everything all figured out. Now, if I had given myself enough time, I would have also streamed this on YouTube. And the thing about going live is that you get to interact with me in real time and ask questions and maybe just kind of chill with some lo-fi or whatever it is that you happen to like doing. Uh-oh. My iPad has been updated. I feel strangely uncomfortable about that. All right. Now, this year's Inktober is kind of different in the sense that I'm not doing what I did before. I'm not really doing anything spectacular, so I'm just going to show you a couple of things that I've been doing over the year. Now, a few years ago, I did this voodoo hot dog. I'm not quite sure where voodoo hot dog came from. I think it was a suggestion from one of my followers. But this was a long time ago, and I keep meaning to do something with this, but I haven't. Probably because I'm afraid somebody will steal it. You know what I mean? And then I have this sugar skull, which was also part of an Inktober thing, and I think... Let's see. Yeah, this is what the original Inktober thing was. Little ink on paper with some markers. And I just changed it. I think it looks really nice. I think it's cheating because I used some of the features of Procreate to make it kind of happen. But it turned out looking kind of nice. You want to put it on a dark t-shirt and it looks kind of like that. Cool stuff. And this was something that I did from a comic that I set out when my band broke up. I did this, and it was part of a story that I told. And you know what? I might just put that out again. Put it up on my Wynne Blue page. Come on. But those are some Inktober things that I've done in the past. And this is a comic that I did about a band thing. I had an opportunity to perform at a Porch Fest in Edmonds, Washington. It's basically where people have bands playing on their porches in the neighborhood and around downtown. So it's kind of like a walking tour of bands. And they'll have storefronts that have bands in front of them, and they've organized it perfectly so that no two bands are playing in the same earshot as the others. It's very coordinated. Everything is super coordinated. And this is my little trio. We weren't 100% prepared, or at least I wasn't, but we practiced like 3 days a week. I was not expecting that. And when we got there, we did like a couple of songs, and then this band who wasn't part of the festival got on the back porch of this and just started playing in the alley, and the alley echoed everything. So it was super, super loud. And here we are, just looking like a bunch of people. And the other two ladies in my trio were very unhappy. We talked about it for a really long time. But that's a self-portrait of me. And pretty much the only reason this is in Procreate is so I can organize it all into one thing. But this year I'm just doing some random things that are going to be put in a zine. And this is what I did. This last Thursday. Did all these little miniature versions of me and Jack and Devin in front of our house. And I figured what I would do is I would color the house. And then once I was done coloring the house, what could I do? I could move on to the next one. Yay! Color the house. Maybe fade it a little bit. And that would be the thing. The thing is I want to make it color, and then the black and white figures will stand out. Or should I make it the figures color and then the house would it's a process. And this year I wanted to focus on the process. I might, if I get this particular thing done and start doing some pencil work on the next panel, then I can do something a little more interesting. But, wanting to be interesting is something that is what made Inktober no fun for me. And that's why I took last year's Inktober off, is because it got to a point where I was trying to please people. Not cool, right? You do Inktober for your own benefit. You don't do it for other people. I mean, I'm doing this because it's art and it's on Twitch and soon to be YouTube. And I keep getting this weird bitrate error. So I don't know if anybody is watching on a platform or a device that doesn't really show all the best of the stream. And for that, I have to apologize. I am super sorry about that. But we'll figure it out. We will figure it out. So for now, I have a palette that is right here. I'm going to find a palette or create one. I'm going to create one that goes with whatever this is. And this is from an image that I had. Let's see. From Twitch emotes, from storyboard. No, let's just create a new one. And then we'll go over here and just find our spot. Create a funky palette, because the house let's see, what color is the house? The house is kind of more blue than anything else. Oops. I need to be able to see I need to be able to see what I'm doing. I'm going to move this over here so that we can see. Yeah, that's about the color of my house. I'm calling that good. And I'm also going to come up here and make like a weird white color. And let's find a good grassy color. It's not a very good grassy color there. I need something that's deeper. Let's go to the color wheel. Let's see if we can find something that's more brown than anything else. Yeah, that's about right. We'll do a couple of different greens like that. Oh, that's not good. I need that to be darker. There we go. Let's find some sky. Maybe some clouds. And let's see what other cool stuff can go in here. Might need a little light. And let's see if we can find a good gray. Not all grays are created equal. Okay, let's see what other fun things I have here. I need a brown. Okay, we've got a palette. Oh, a house doesn't seem like a very interesting thing to do, you know what I mean? But we're going to do it. But first we're going to try a couple of swatches for... Oh, I'm in the new... I want the standard one. And there's one that's kind of brick-like. Where is it? Textures, abstract. Charcoals, nope. Elements. That looks like brick. But so does this. I'm going to try this for a second, and I'm going to try it on a little swatch here. Oh, not where I want it to go. See, the thing about this is that no matter what I do, the pattern is going to be the same. Yeah, see? Yeah, that doesn't do anything for me. I would love it if it was smaller. Yeah, that could work. But then again, no, it could not. So I'll just add texture at some other point. Maybe I'll use one of these. Yeah, that's terrible too. Well, what if I do it slow? Yeah, I'd have to do it slow. Now there's a texture I can get behind. All right, let's find our color. And this is really close to the actual color of my house. You know, I didn't find out until later that the house color that I have is the exact same color as the recycle bin that my garbage service uses. I thought that was kind of funny. I'm like, wait a minute. My painter pointed that out. He asks me, he says, was this intentional? No, it was not. And pretty much this is going to be sloppy until I clean it off. And that's fine. I just don't want the house to be a color that, or something that stands out in the same way that the people do. You know what I mean? Trusting the process. Hoping that everything will be fine. I might have to combine textures here. And I think I might, actually, yeah. I know there are shortcuts. I kind of wish that they were second nature to me now, but I'm newish to Procreate. And this is kind of Zen feeling, you know, where you're just kind of, oh, it's like a coloring book when you do it like this. A coloring book with an undo button. Man, I could have used one of those when I was a kid. Let's see if we can get some shadows in here. And I am going to make these guys disappear for a second. I need a wood texture, and I don't think I have one. Let's see if they have one in here. These were just added by Procreate. Looks like they're all regular mediums, which is great, but it's not what I'm looking for. Oh, now I know what I was doing. That's wrong. Let's try this. That's too big. No, there's one color I left out. Does it seem like a strange color to you to have a blue house or a blue purple house with a bright red door? I actually really like it, but that's just me. make this darker. Now there's going to be another color in here, like the green for the yard, and I am getting into dangerous territory now. Because if I go over, wow, that's going to be a pain. But I created this situation for myself. It's my own doing. Let's get some green in there. And I know there is a brush for grass, and I love this brush. I just can't remember where it is. This says swordgrass. We're going to look at it. We're going to try and make it do what it's supposed to do. Let's see how big this is. I don't want it to be that big. And you can't really tell that it's grass. Let's turn that up a bit. Oh, I can see where this is going. I don't know. That doesn't seem like that should be something else. Yeah, it's all pixelated. It's kind of a neat texture. You don't see it very well, but it makes me happy, so that's what I'm going to do. Let's see what this does. Ooh, so big. Too small. Oh, this is another one of those brushes that has one pattern and it covers the entire thing. Whoa. That's huge. That's a little better. Nope. I think I'm just going to go back to charcoal. Kind of makes me sad because I want to be able to do certain things and I cannot. And I could probably download numbers of textures, but I don't know, I'm not there yet. There's a brush in here called Grunge. I've used that a couple of times. Oh no. Oh crap. Okay. I'm having little problems breathing today, so that kind of sucks, but let's see if we can get Hang on a second. I'm going to walk over to my Fred cam. I'm going to get the right settings because I know she's there. I can feel her presence. So hang on a second. This will take less than a minute. Okay, I think I might have it. Let's see what we can do over at the drawing table. And she's not there now because she saw me at the door and she thinks I'm gonna let her out. I don't know why, if she wants to go out. Oh, there she is. Not quite sure why she's... Oh, I think I know why. Okay, there she is. Good dog. And now we have a Freddy cam. Hello, Fred. Moving stuff around. All right, let's get back to it. I know it sounds silly, but this is like my favorite feature of Procreate. Straight lines. Pew. Because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where your start and finish is, because you can always have a straight line. For the record, I know I'm going out in the weeds, but the rest of it, it comes pretty quick. All right, looking from a distance, there's the house. Let's get some leaves on those trees. I mean, leaves on the rhododendron. Right? What? Where are my leaves? You know, I saw some. I swear. Dang it. Let's take a closer look at one of these. Those look like leaves, right? All right, time to make it small. Ooh. It scatters like crazy. Let's see if I can change that scatter. I just can't remember where it is. It is a leaf. Good grief, why do they call it snowbreak or whatever? Yeah, that works a bit. A little easier to control. There we go. I don't know why I love some of these textures. They're crazy. I might actually go back and fix that scatter one more time. Or maybe it's a size thing. All right, let's see what we got here. As far as this rhododendron goes, Jack hates it. He hates this rhodey with all his heart. And I am not ready to get rid of it. Because there's this little area up front here that could be turned into like a front patio with maybe a little bit of privacy. And we just haven't done anything with it. He's waiting for me. I'm waiting for him to say, you know what, this is what I really want. And I'm okay with it. It's just, I need something to block the window that's behind here that I didn't draw. And let's see what I can do with just your simple... Wait, what brush am I using? Oh. Yeah, screw that. Yeah, that works for me. I had a brown, but that brown is not nearly as dark as I want it to be. And what the fresh hell is this? This is the place where we tell the Amazon guys to put our packages. And let me tell you, 9 times out of 10, they do. The rest of the time, they just kind of throw it on the stoop where I can't grab it. let's put our little gray people back in. I think they might need a little highlight around them. What do you think? Nothing too fancy. I could just make the driveway darker. And that's what I think I'll do. Not too dark, though. Let's get some opacity on that. And maybe some size. Come on. Yeah, it's a little better, but I think I'm still going to put a little something around them. You know, make them pop out a little bit. Coffee. Unfortunately, this one doesn't have any caffeine in it, and I'm feeling that. Damn it, why did I choose decaf today? Yeah, it's early enough. I could do some caffeinated stuff. Yeah. Okay, let's go back to these people. And I'm going to put a little something behind them, but I'm going to add a layer. Not. So touchy. There we go. Nope, I need a clean white, guys. All right, there we go. Let's get some airbrushing in here. And let's see how big that is. That's too big. And that is not big enough. I need to see that glow, you know? All right, that's good. Let's start with this guy. I'd say that's pretty good. That's a good glow. Let's see what it looks like from a distance. Yeah, that's pretty good. Let's get this guy. It's like they're paper dolls against a backdrop. Pencil paper dolls. I do a lot of self-portraits, but I don't usually do them this tiny, which is, I don't know, maybe I like it tiny, but I'm not going to do tiny and everything. That seems, I don't know, hard to see. All right, so I'm going to do something just a little, yeah, I know I should have done this right here, but I'll do it later. No, wait, I'll do it towards the end of this drawing. Let's see. Coffee. All right, I'm going to group something here. No, I don't want it in that group. No! That's not what I wanted. Come on. Taking my shades from me. What the heck are you people thinking? Okay, that's a group. Yes, I have a group selected. Do I have to make it all one layer? Yeah, I probably will. Let's see how this goes. No, I don't quite want that. I don't want that either. I think brightness is probably the way to go, but maybe it should be more like this. What do you think? A little easier? De-emphasize the house, make it the people. Yeah, I like that. I want the people to stand out more. So maybe I'll do that even more. I like it, but I don't like it. You know what I mean? I like that this makes the people pop out. But I don't like that I've lost a lot of the black. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to finish up the fence over here and this little stone wall, and Then I'll desaturate or make transparent, I guess. I think it's time for a quick Fred break. Hey, Freddie. How are you doing, sweetie? How are you doing, sweet doggy? Yeah, she's just up for a nap. Usually she'd be on my bed. All right, back to the program. Lately, I've been doing this thing with videos, and I have something called Wondershare Filmora, and it's great, and I'm on a 7-day trial, but man, I don't want to spend all that money just to remove a watermark. Maybe I just should. You know? I'd find something cheaper, but I've already learned this one. Seems kind of strange. I don't know. If anybody out there makes a video, you can either put it in the chat or, we're a lurker-friendly chat. You can find me on Discord with the same username, WinCBlue. I appreciate those links. I wonder what that looks like. Oh, that's ginormous. Yeah, we can't have that. Maybe that would be a little easier. I'm going to do that. Of course, I have to make it small because this is gigantic. Oh, ever so subtle. Big time saver. Oop. Nah, I don't want that. Oh. We're going to use the grunge brush to paint this. It's not going to be very exciting. I'm just going to tell you that. Maybe I should have started with that. Yeah, it's much more impressive if it's huge. There's a adult joke in there somewhere, but I just don't feel like telling it. Oh, who am I fooling? You all know what the joke is. Why is this not small? Yes, this should be small. Yeah, I don't care. I just want all of this to be in one kind of spot. Now let's pick up this gray, maybe that one. Let's go back to grunge. No, let's not go back to grunge. I don't want to go back to grunge. I think I'm going to do something unconventional over here. Let's see. Trust me on this. This one's just for you guys. I know it doesn't seem like it, but that cat in the window is kind of important. If it's not Bo, it's usually Freddie. Waiting for Mama to come home. Okay, let's go back to flattening this. Oh. I wish I didn't have to flatten it, but that's just how it goes. So let's do... Oh wait, I don't have to flatten it if I don't want to. Alright, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take the opacity down to... 50% on everything. Everything except the line art. Seems to negate a bunch of the work. Maybe I should not quite do it so light. But I kind of like it. Yeah, I got a whole bunch of new fonts in here. So I'm just going to put this down. Put it in black. And what is today, the 4th? Yeah. And I am not going to stop because I feel like it shouldn't be so short when I have all this time and there are other pictures that I want to at least start on. So let's pull out the sketchbook and see what the next thing is. Maybe I'll make it bigger. I can always do this in such a way that oh man, I hate forgetting things as I'm talking about them. I can always do the pencils in Procreate. Always. That way I don't have to worry about blue pencil. And you know what? I don't even have to use blue pencil on my paper. I just did it that way because I thought it was cool. Okay, I'm going to put this down to the corner. Just for my record, I know it's probably going to say something like that it's going to say something in my file info, but just for me, I want to put that there. All right, so that's right there. Let me make a little screenshot type thing. Ooh, look at that. Is there a thing where I can just take a picture? No, that would be nice if I could. But I'm just going to put it right there. I did a picture. Yay! Okay, so that's picture number 1. I'm going to plug this baby back in. Ooh, I should probably plug in the pen too. Look at that. I have a smaller iPad that I have Procreate on also, but you know what? Those aftermarket pens, they do not do the same thing. They don't have this special control that an Apple pen does. I think I saw an ad for one of these earlier, like maybe a month ago, and it claimed to do all the things an Apple pen would do. I am suspicious of that. Especially since they said the price was only like $40. All right, let's get to pencils. Wait, that's tracing paper. Where's my sketchbook? It's in the scanner. Which is exactly 4 feet away, so I'm going to go over there and grab it real quick. And here is the little pencil drawing that I did to get me started. As you can see, those are not a lot of detail. Not a lot of detail. I think I spent more time on the house than I did the little people. So we're going to fix that. The next one's going to be people. The asthma is making me yawn today. I should probably crack a window. What do you think? I should crack a window. All right. Yeah, I'm going to crack a window real quick. It's never enough. But fresh start, fresh air, that's the way it ought to be. Now this studio is a animal-free zone. So the animals are not supposed to come in here, but I can't shut my door at night without affecting airflow, because my house is like 50 something years old, probably 60 years old. So all the ductwork is a little, well, it was built for a time when the winters were mild. Everybody closes their doors at night, but if we close all the doors, then only the hallway feels comfortable. All right. We're doing pretty good. Pretty good. More coffee. And let's grab the pencil. I really need to do something about this cheap Amazon cable. I got the microphone cables that were inexpensive because, it wasn't going to do a lot. It wasn't supposed to be anything more than just kind of hanging out on the internet and maybe doing some Zoom calls or whatever. But see, they're not super tight. And so if I bump it, I lose my audio. Not good. Not good at all. And the last stream, I experimented with having a camera going this way. But it didn't work out because Droid Cam, it's not real time. Real time means not being buffered through a server and Wi-Fi, and so it's slow. Even if you look at Freddy, let's look at Freddy real quick. We got a Fred cam. Even if Freddy moves, you only see it kind of choppy. So she's so peaceful there. I feel like poking her just to see if she's okay. I'm not going to, though. She's a little dog. And she's so anxious. Wherever the piece is, I want to give her the piece. All right, I like the mechanical pencils to draw with. They're easy, and I can always make a bigger, thicker line later with a different pencil. I'm not going to use these unless I absolutely need to. These are blenders. I definitely need one of these. This is a Tombow Knock And if you have a humongous Asian big box store in your area, I bet you these are probably in their stationery section. I have three different colors. I got mine from the Uwajimaya in the International District in Seattle. Here's also another Tombow. It's the Tombow Mono. It's really good for tiny things. Super tiny things. And yeah, this is just Pentel. Get it at the big box store. I bet you even your grocery store has something like that. And the rest of them, well, I might use that, I might not. I think I used this for painting to cover up stuff. The rest of these are different pencils in varying softness and hardness, and I'm not going to use those unless I have to. Let's start with these. And you know, I didn't realize this and why it's important. I don't even know if you can see it. That's a 7, a 0.7. And let's see, what is this one? Well, I can't see it very well, but I think it's a 0.5. Yep. Come on, focus. Focus. Nope. Well, anyway, this is a 0.5. So if you end up grabbing yourself a pack of these, or if you need refills, look at that freaking number. Otherwise, your leads will either fall out or they won't fit. Such a small difference. 0.02, no, it's 0.2 millimeters. Man, that'll mess you up. Okay, how am I going to do this? Let's do it like this. And one thing that I wanted to do, and I'm going to sit here and I'm going to put on Maine right now, because I'm letting you know that this zine tells a story, and the story is of how I got to this point where I am anxious and I don't sleep anymore. And it is all about having a third person in my home. So I will tell you the story real quick. But first I have to adjust the camera. Because I want you to see what I'm doing. Yeah, there we go. Take a deep breath, drink some coffee. Everybody find your zen if you haven't already. Just, if you're listening to me, take a little step back from what you're doing. Maybe lean back in your chair. Or, you don't have to take your eyes off me or walk away from what you're doing, but just find a moment of zen, maybe 3 seconds. Okay, back to the show. All right, see how close I am? Okay, and my stepson's name, maybe a few of you know it if you know me in Meat Space, also known as Real Life. My stepson's name is, well, let's just call him John. Let's call him John. Well, John is 22 years old, and he has been neurodiverse. I'm not quite sure what the proper thing is. I'm going to put down some ideas here. He's been neurodiverse from a very young age. He loves to read. He loves to just, he loves screens. His dad totally loves screens, so I get that. Like father, like son. He loves screens, and ever since he first was given a screen, he has been addicted. Television was the first screen, and then when he got a little older, they let him play with his cell phone. They got him a tablet, and he still reads. He just doesn't do it as often. But as he got older and went through puberty, he just you couldn't motivate him. It's a little frustrating. I mean, everybody has advice for the parents of people with a kid on the spectrum. But the truth is, spectrum disorder and ADHD, they don't have a clear definition. That's why they call it a spectrum. So my stepson has been on the spectrum. He has not done really well in school because they give everybody laptops now. They give everyone laptops, and if they tried to take away his laptop, then what happens is he looks over somebody's shoulder. If he has a phone, he'll bring out his phone, even though there's a no phone policy. Basically, what I'm trying to illustrate here is you can't pull him away from screens. When he was about 12, he did this thing where he got into the habit of just staying up all night. He'd wander out of his bedroom. He'd go to the TV or his mom's computer, and he would just turn on Netflix and watch it all night, and they would find him in the morning in front of whatever screen, just fast asleep. So his mom tried several different things. One of them was to take away the power cords. I mean, right? You'd think if you can't power it up. But then he would go into the master bedroom and he would just steal the cords back. I heard this and I was very, very upset at it. I thought, well, if we do this at our house, what's keeping him from going into our room? So I sat down with him. Well, no, actually, I stood up with him. I took him to the door and I said, John, if you go into my room for any reason except someone being on fire, we will have problems. Do you understand that? And he's like, yes, ma'am. And you know what? He never, ever came into my bedroom. Even if Freddie has stuck herself at the foot of the bed and he's by himself, he won't go in that bedroom. I don't think I was ugly about that, but I was very clear. Don't come into my room. This is my boundary. And he's respected it. At least there's that. He's not without honor. He's just without attention. And he's not motivated. So ever since he turned like 18, they've been working on getting him to go to work, and he's had jobs. That's wonderful. But he quit his job to go back to school. He decided he was going to enroll in the community college. And we're like, well, what do you want to study? I mean, you're going to college, right? What are you going to study? He's like, I don't know. And we made some suggestions, and he got really upset. Stop telling me what to do. I don't know, okay? Okay. We backed off. And it was around that time, maybe a little after, that he just, he wasn't really paying attention to his studies. He failed 2 classes, or he was failing them. He just stopped going. And we asked him, we said, well, what are you doing? He's like, well, I just want to learn stuff. I don't really want a degree. I don't really care about a degree. I just want to learn stuff. I said, well, why didn't you save yourself some money and drop those classes? They'd give you your money back. He's like, whatever. This kind of confused me, and it also kind of made me mad. There are so many people out there who are trying to go to college or have finished college, and they are just saddled with all kinds of debt. And he had this fund, that was set aside for him to go to college. And, I understand if you're trying to learn something specific. Like I need to know how to make a gourmet meal, or I need to learn how to sew. And your local community college gives you that. Yeah, that's no big deal. Take a couple of classes, and at your local community college, you're figured out. But he just wasn't interested in any of that. I told him, I said, you know what? You can't do that, man. That's a waste of time. That's a waste of time and money. Shrugs. And I think his mother knew this, and she was trying to motivate him. She started charging him rent. That's not unheard of. Kid stays at home, you charge him rent. And a one-bedroom apartment in this town is probably, a small one, like a studio. In this neck of the woods, it's probably about $1,600. $1,600 US dollars. And I'm not sure how much somebody needs to make per hour to actually make that kind of money to cover cover the rent and all the other expenses. I'm not quite sure. It's been a while since I've had to look for an apartment. But she started charging him. And he's like, I'll pay you out of my college fund that I put away. He did that for 1 month, saw what a big dent it got into it. And I'm assuming that that's what happened. He's like, well. And so she told him, she says, no, you can't go to school and expect to pay rent, and you owe me rent. And he didn't pay for a long time. And she lost patience with him. So she shows up, and she's been begging us for years. Years to take him in. And I've said, you know what? I've had enough problems with excuse me, I slipped his name. I'll have to fix that in post. With John. And John just wasn't going to work. He wasn't working to find a job. He wasn't working to find volunteer work. He would just stay in his room. He would stay in his room, and he would watch his screens. And he'd watch them all night long. He wasn't learning a whole lot of responsibility. He wasn't doing, just completely unmotivated. And he'd always been like this. He was like that as a kid. Couldn't motivate him for anything. Didn't respond to rewards or consequences. Sat down with him, made things clear. That was just the part of his spectrum. So she begged us for a couple of years, and I was pretty firm. I first said, if he's coming to live with us, I'm the mom. You know what? I'm the mom. And it looks like I'm about to have an ad break in roughly 2 minutes. But I'm going to see if I can finish this before then. I said, I'm the mom. She didn't like that I was going to be the mom. No, I'm his mother. Well, that's fine and well and good, but if you bring him over here, you don't get to tell him what to do. You don't get to call him all the time and ask him a billion questions. You don't get to play control freak from your place. You just don't get to do it. I'm not going to have that crap. Well, he needs to be with his dad to learn how to be a man. I don't think that's really necessary, because my husband will go visit him when he'll go every day, spend a few hours with him, make sure that he's doing what he needs to do. So him being here, not really necessary. I said, my house is too small. Look how big your house is. You got like a 4-bedroom house. It's a split level. He could, set up the basement as an apartment. He's still not leaving, and he still hasn't found a job. He needs to learn how to be a man. No, sorry. I'm not doing it. I also said my house is too small. My marriage will suffer because every time Devin comes... I'm just going to use his freaking name. Every time he comes over, my husband and I argue. We argue because I'm firm with him, maybe a little mean. I set my boundaries. I make him jump. You know what I mean? I say, you need to do this. And he goes, yes, ma'am. And he goes and does it. Sometimes I have to remind him. And when I do, it just escalates every single time. Because he forgets. He forgets very quickly. So I had to have a sit down with my husband. I had to say, look, if your son is here... Oop, I made a weird noise with my mouth. Sorry about that. I said, if he's here, we're going to have an understanding. And that is... I'm going to wait through the ad, just in case a few of you aren't subscribers. And for those of you who are subscribers, I just wrote down where I was so I wouldn't have to remember. I wouldn't have to struggle with my memory on that. I might have to make this figure smaller. All right, looks like we're back. So I basically said, if the boy is here, my marriage will suffer. I won't be able to relax. I've never been able to relax with him here. Even during the times when there was the visitation order in place, the parental agreement. There's just no way I'm going to let this disruption into my home. I'm not going to do it. So I sat down with Jack and I said, I can't do this. I'm going to say no. I'm going to keep saying no until she shuts up and leaves me alone. And she started texting me. You need to do this. He needs to know his father. I'm like, what are you talking about? The man lives 30 minutes away. He would go up there twice a week, and then the kids would come down here on their weekends. So I don't understand why you think that this is necessary. And it turns out my husband and I had a little talk, and I told him, I said, look, and I was mad. I was angry because I've been harassed for over 2 years to take this kid in. There's no room for him here. He's humongous. He's like almost 6 feet tall. 6 feet tall, maybe 250, 280 pounds. He's huge. There's just no room. Plus, because he's not very good at taking his meds, he is rather difficult to be around. My husband is the same kind of neurodiverse, but because he grew up in an age where they didn't call ADHD neurodiverse, they called it hyperactive. They called it hyperactive, and my husband's childhood was neurodiverse in the sense that, yes, he enjoyed screens quite a bit. But those screens were policed pretty hard. Plus, he had friends. My husband had friends. So if he needed to feed his neurodiversity, he would just go out and do stuff with his friends, and they'd, wander around. And there's this story that his mother used to tell about how Jack would get up in the middle of the night and unlock the front door. And so what they did was they put a chain lock on it, thinking it's too tall. He can't reach that. Well, he could. And so he unlocked all the doors, and he'd go off and he'd wander around the neighborhood. And, the police showed up at the door. They woke up my in-laws and they said, I'm sorry, is this boy yours? We found him at a construction site climbing all over the equipment. So that was my husband as a child. His son, not really big on curiosity other than books and screens. But they're the same kind of neurodiverse. They only pay attention to certain things, Like, for instance, my husband is pretty good about managing his ADHD. He has a schedule. He likes things to be orderly. He could never really do the thing that a lot of us software people did, which is just kind of show up between these hours and take your lunch whenever. No, he's better off with a job that's a definite 9 to 5. But we can't get this guy on a schedule. He rarely adheres to it. He gets sucked into his screens. So I sat down with my husband and I made him a deal. I said, look, I know that he's a little stunted. I know that he doesn't pay attention to a lot of stuff. But I need you to understand that he's grown. And if he lives with us, we're a united front, which is what any set of parents should be to their kid, a united front. None of this, well, what does your dad say? What does your mom say? No, you talk it out beforehand. You have a thing. And when you have a neurodiverse kid, they need a lot more. And every parent of a kid that has these challenges, books can give you a guideline, things to try, but they can't fix it. There's no set strategy, since every kid is different. Now, I remember when he was probably 10 or 12, and he thrived in Boy Scouts. Built-in friends, all kinds of activities, regular weekly meetings. But it was kind of expensive. It's expensive to be a Boy Scout. I mean, people complain about things like Girl Scout cookies being really expensive. Well, when I was selling them almost 40 years ago, they were $3 a box. No, wait, $2 a box. Boy Scouts sold popcorn, probably $3 or $4 a bag. Now it's $20. I feel bad. I feel bad because the only reason people buy $20 bags of popcorn is to support the Boy Scouts. And they're already charging ridiculous amounts of money just to be a Boy Scout, through uniforms and dues and activities. I'm sorry, I'm not fond of my husband's ex. So I'm going to give her a big old booty in every single picture I draw of her. Believe me, I want to be way kinder, but I can't. I don't appreciate being harassed into something I don't want to do. Why don't you just keep saying no? Well, I'll tell you why, and this came up later. Once my husband and I were in agreement about being a united front and understanding that my methods are what get the kid to actually do things, my husband said, I understand. I said, you have the right to talk to me about my methods, but you don't do it in front of him. I can tell you, all through the kid's childhood, if I had something to say, if I set my boundaries, I would get reprimanded in front of the children. Not cool. Not cool, darling husband. He basically turned me into an evil stepmom, and I didn't appreciate that. And I wasn't about to go through that again. So here we are. We're sitting at our kitchen table. And I'm telling him, we're a united front. We don't yell at each other in front of him. You don't tell me what I'm doing wrong in front of him. He's 22 years old. And I'm not going to raise my hand to him. I'm not going to call him names. I'm just going to make sure that he does what I need him to. I'm going to make sure he takes care of himself. And he's like, okay. Because otherwise, he'd be homeless. I said, well, why doesn't she just find a group home for him? I don't know. I don't know why an adequate group home didn't work. You know, like an adult home where people like him with the severe challenges would go. I don't know why that didn't happen. And by this time, and I'm not proud of this, okay? I'm not proud of this, but I was very much, if he's not paying his rent, he should learn the consequences. Go drop him off at the shelter. We'll get him in a couple of days. Dear viewer, I did not push for that, but I did suggest it because I was very upset. Here I was. I had spent a couple of years enjoying my empty nest years with my husband, getting to know each other again, calming down. Everything had settled into this beautiful peace. And I was being forced to bring the chaos back in. I didn't like that. I didn't appreciate it. And it made me like my husband's ex that much less. I still don't like her. And guess what? As soon as he dropped in with his boxes, because we ended up taking him in, as soon as he was dropped off in his boxes, she let us know that she was looking at condos in Spokane, which is probably a 3.5, 4-hour drive from here. It's on the other side of the state, across the mountains. Now, I can understand wanting to leave this area. It is a high cost of living area. And you know what? Jack and I were talking about what we were going to do next. What are we going to do next? Well, the only thing keeping us from doing it was that, you know, Jack was still of working age, and I'm still of working age, even though I can't find work in my field. So we hadn't done it yet. We were just waiting for the kids to get settled. I was looking at places south of Tacoma. I was looking at places closer to the mountains. But can't do that now, not until the kid figures himself out. So that's what the story is all about. The story in this zine is kind of I've toned down the emotion in the story just simply because I want it to be an interesting read and not one of those that if I had posted it on the internet, it would cause a huge stink. So I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, okay, well, I want to see him in the doorway. Oh man, I can't show off that gigantic booty I gave her. Oh well. The next picture I do of her, she's going to have a big old butt. I tried to keep the peace. I truly did. But that woman, hot damn. Years and years of, oh, you're part of the family, but you don't have anything to say. You're part of the family. You have a say in this, except for that. I'm sorry, that gets very tiring after a while. Lots of mixed messages. COVID didn't make it any better. We didn't get to see the kids for weeks. And they were in their teens. They were missing out on a lot of really great high school stuff. Missed out on proms, missed out on graduations. I feel bad for all the kids who had to start school in the middle of COVID or right after COVID. A friend of mine has, let's see, she's 10 now, but she was probably in kindergarten or first grade during COVID, maybe. And having her sit at a little desk and, where both parents can see her and, try to keep her attention but not really having that connection. Those really important years. She's okay now. She's dealing with the regular stuff that comes with 3rd or 4th grade, I guess. And it's hard. Parenting's hard. It's one of the things that kept me from jumping in and having kids myself. Then I marry somebody who has kids. Because love is not smart. Love is patient and love is kind, but it is far from smart. And to that, I will have a little more coffee. Okay, moving on. So many other stories. So, the ex drops the kid off, 22-year-old, drops him off here on a weekend. Now, I should say, at the time, I had been by myself for a couple of months in the house because there's no jobs here. Everything is crazy. So they were building these data centers on the other side of the mountains, which is probably a 2.5-hour drive away. Husband would come home on the weekends. He had a little extended stay out there. I'm going to leave some space for some text here. But he worked away from home most of the week. And here is this kid dropped off on the weekend when my husband is here. So I was stuck. I was stuck with him for a couple of months. It was just the two of us, and it was okay with just the two of us, actually. I would make sure that he took his medication. I would make sure that he showered, because I don't know about you all, but I do not remember men that age being so, what's a kind word to say? Fragrant? Everything he brought into the house took on that smell. It was really awful. And I complained about that. I'm like, oh no, hell no, we're not doing this. I had him put all of his stuff in the laundry. All the stuff goes in the laundry, all of it. And then when that was done, he took a shower. But see, a person's personal aroma is not just, and let me just try to put this. I'm going to say it beautifully, but I'm going to use gross words, okay? There's BO, there's feet, and there's whatever's in your pants. And this poor kid, I don't think anybody had ever really truly talked to him about this. And if they had, he just didn't remember. You know, because he was just not very good at remembering things. You'd tell him something, and then, 5 minutes later, he had forgotten it. That's pretty harsh, but that's just how his ADHD works. That's just how his autism works. I think that's more of an ADHD thing, to be told something and then immediately forget it because you're distracted. So when he showed up at my home smelling like that, bless their hearts, my husband took his son to the grocery store. Took his son to the grocery store and got him some Old Spice. Now, he doesn't smell like armpits anymore, or BO, or whatever you want to call it. He didn't smell like that anymore. Instead, he smelled like an overpowering classic smell of Old Spice, which is kind of what I remember as a child being my grandfather's smell. So here I am with this 22-year-old grandpa. I'm like, what the hell did you get him? Jack, what did you get him? He now smells like this. It's even more powerful than what he brought to us. And he's like, oh, well, I just got him some Old Spice. It was on sale. Oh, I'm sorry, honey. You do not buy deodorant on sale. You buy the deodorant that works. And if there's a deodorant out there that is on sale, I want you to think twice about it. Think twice about it. Mainly because if you don't, you're going to end up smelling weird, or you're going to have something that doesn't work. I'm going to need to look up a reference for this. I think I might have drawn this line in the wrong place. So, I can't stand the smell of Old Spice. It's a little overpowering. And I'm not talking about the cool, currently advertised Old Spice. I'm talking about the stuff that is the original formula. Like I said, Grandpa, because Old Spice is probably a brand that's 100 years old. Not surprising that my greatest generation grandfather would be wearing that, along with Aqua Velva or whatever else was big in the 70s. So here we are. And I end up having to leave the house because I'm overwhelmed with smells. Y'all, I can't even stand the smell of the cat box if the cat drops a deuce. I can't handle it. I'm one of those super smellers. And I tried really hard to get my husband to understand that there was smell. He's like, I don't know what you're talking about. He smells like a teenage boy. Yeah, but I don't live with a teenage boy. I live with a grown man that showers every day. Go get it, Freddie. Go get it. I live with a grown man. And he wears a beautiful smell. So I go to the grocery store and I find something that's probably $2 or $3, $2 or $3 more expensive. That's fine. Anything. And before I left, I said, you know what? This is really strong. Are you okay with it being really strong? And he says, I usually don't wear things that are really smelly like this. And I often forget, and I'm sorry. I'm like, look, we're going to fix it. We're going to fix it, man. Man, perspective is hard. I gotta figure out where this is supposed to look. So I go to the grocery store and I get him something. Get him a solid, I get him a spray, I get him one of those all over body washes. Not a body wash, but you know the sprays? It's a spray that goes everywhere. You can put it anywhere on your body. I get him one of those. And, it's a mild smell. I said, look, you need to use this. He's like, okay. And he does. And everything seems nice until the next day. And the next day is a little strange because I can smell the deodorant, but I can also smell him. Now keep in mind, he's been with us for about 4 months now, and we don't have an issue, as big an issue anymore, and I'll get to that. So we don't have that big an issue anymore, but at the time, he was just wearing the deodorant and the spray, and I said, honey, that's not going to work. He said, I don't know what you're talking about. I said, you need to get in the shower, you need to do it now. He's like, okay. Okay, I'll get in the shower. And he did. I think at one point I had him go in the shower twice. But he's learning, and his dad has talked to him. This is what you need to do in the shower, kid. This is what you need to do. And now, when he's in the shower, he gets everything done. He comes out, fresh as a flower, puts on his chemicals. I don't know how else to describe it. Puts on his deodorants. I don't know. But he smells a lot better. It's much easier to be around him. But see, that's the thing. He doesn't really wander around the house unless we tell him to. And this is because he sits in front of his screen. And he's usually just laying around on his bed that he never makes. He did when he was a kid. Whenever he came over, he made his bed. Now he doesn't. But now he just lays in bed, looking at his screens. Sometimes he falls asleep while he's doing it. And we have to wake him up. Look, if you don't wake up, man, you're not going to sleep tonight. Oh, okay. Right back to sleep. When you don't have a job or a schedule or something to keep you, something to keep you busy that's also lucrative, well, what do? Especially if you don't have any hobbies. He has no hobbies. I don't know why that is. Maybe that's part of his spectrum stuff. Maybe that's part of his screens addiction. I don't know. But I know that his dad has tried to motivate him. But I get him in the shower every day. And then I realize that by sleeping weird hours, he doesn't take his medication on time. If at all. So here I am. I realize he's skipping medication. That's not a good idea. If any of you out there are on any sort of psychotropics, whether it's a tricyclic or an SSRI or an SNRI or even an MAOI, you know that if you don't take it consistently, you could end up with a brain that hurts. And that can really confuse you. Sorry about that. Sometimes you just have to cough. Where was I? So I let my husband do a lot of the talking about the big things, like the hygiene thing. You know, I have this cute doll. It's called my barista boyfriend. I got him at like Urban Craft Uprising. I don't know if you have that in your area, but I found this really awesome doll. The lady who made them, she doesn't make them anymore, which is sad because I totally would have taken 2 or 3 off of her. Not cheap dolls. Handmade stuff is not cheap. But I took the barista. Okay. The barista's wearing an apron. And I sat down with both my husband and my stepson. And I said, okay, I know that you think that deodorant is the only thing that you need to use, but here's the thing. And I showed them on the barista. I said, this is one place. And then I picked up the little feet and I wiggled them. I said, this is another place. And then I lifted up. I lifted up the little apron. I lifted it up. And I said, then there's this place. You need to take care of this place too. Make sure you're washing it in the shower. Make sure you always have clean underwear. I'm sorry, I'm having an issue with this thing staying plugged. No. Maybe I can have my husband bring me some electrical tape. Anyway, this picture right here, and I think I like this one. I might make her a little smaller standing in the back. Maybe I think I might actually add a suitcase here or right here. Yeah. Let me change my little cables here and we'll get on with the story. Oh, that's good. Yeah, I think my cable was just being yanked in one direction. It doesn't like that. That felt good. Nothing like a good cough. A cough you can launch a ship with. And that's for those of you who remember the original Time Bandits. Just saying. So he's been working with a recruiter. I think she's a recruiter. What do you call somebody who takes somebody who's looking for a job and finds them a job and gets them interviews? You call them a recruiter. But every time I said the word recruiter, he would say, she's not a recruiter. She is an employment specialist. I'm like, a recruiter is an employment specialist. You know what a recruiter does? A recruiter finds you a job. So he's in this program where he works with an employment specialist, basically a specialized recruiter who works with people like him. You know, people who are not good at following up or who have trouble setting goals. You know, they work to find them full-time work or any job really. And so he had her, and he was here for probably 2 or 3 months. And I sat down with him. I said, you know, maybe your resume isn't right. Let me tell you a little bit about resumes. I've been writing them for 30 years. He's like, fine, but my resume's okay. Okay, but I still want to see it. Maybe there's something about the formatting. Maybe the language is weird. He's like, oh, fine. So I look at his resume. His resume's fine. I said, why can't your people find you a job? He's like, well, she hasn't called me. I said, okay. When did she last call you? He says, oh, a couple of months ago. I'm like, you realize you have to call your recruiter at least once a week. At least. And he's like, well, I called her. Everything's fine. I said, you need to call her. You need to call her and let her know that you are still looking for work. And I have never, ever heard you call her. And he looks at me for 2 or 3 heartbeats, and then he jumps up from the table and runs to his room. A couple minutes after that, I hear him on the phone. He didn't realize that just because an employment specialist has been assigned to your case doesn't mean that they're always going to be looking. After a couple of weeks of not hearing from you, they're just going to assume you found a job. That's with any recruiter, really. And I imagine that recruiters are probably very busy right now. And they get tired of talking to people once or twice a week. But the recruiters I've had have always been really nice, have always found me work, unless there is no work to be found. Let's see, she's got a round face too. I'm going to give her a round face. Hehe, there's your round face. So he calls her, and a few days later, she has an interview for him. And he went to several interviews, and then there was a dry spell. And I had to ask him again, have you talked to her? No, well, there wasn't anything for me. So you still need to call her every week. Every morning, I would get up at 8 o'clock, and I'd bang on his door. Get up, feet on the floor, take your meds, take a shower. And it was fine. And then my husband's job across the mountains ended, and he was home full time. You'd think that would be... You'd think that would be fine. I would just be able to let it go. Let his dad deal with him. But here's the thing. I'm the only person that can get him to do anything. Because I'm persistent. And I remind him a lot more often. I remember when my stepkids were smaller, like, 10 or 11. 10 and 13. 10 and 12. Yeah, probably closer together. And my husband was always very happy to have his kids visit. So he'd get up on Saturday morning and he'd make them pancakes. Sometimes, more often than not, he would make them sausage and eggs. And he'd make them when he got up. And he would get up at some god-awful hour like 7. Anyone? I mean, think about it. Do you get up at 7? I'm not a morning person. And kids that are growing, they love sleeping. Got to look at my picture and make sure I know where the arms go. Okay. But when the kids were little, he'd make them breakfast and it would be hot. 7 o'clock in the morning. Kids wouldn't get up. They're busy sleeping. It's the weekend. It's the weekend away from school. They don't want to get up. And he would come every, like the first one would probably be 10 minutes. The next one would be, I don't know, 20 minutes. None of them would ever come out. Or at least the younger one would come out. Yay, pancakes. Thanks, Dad. But stepson rarely came out. And by the time he did, breakfast was cold. I'm like, what's the point of making kids breakfast if all they're going to do is eat it cold? Well, they don't mind. They'll eat what I give them. Oh, that's great. I just, I'm comparing all of these experiences with my own parents. And my mother, if she went out of her way, to make me breakfast, if my grandparents went out of their way to make me breakfast, you're damn straight I was up and I ate it hot. My granddaddy was very proud of his cooking. I remember all that awesome Southern cooking. I know a lot of people in the North don't like grits, but grits were part of the breakfast, and sometimes he put gravy on them, but the sausage was always there. It was always good stuff. So I just always felt like the kids didn't really appreciate their parents and everything they did for them. Maybe they did. I don't know. There came a time when I just stopped talking to the kids because somebody always had a complaint. The first one was the younger one, and their bedroom was the one that has light blocking curtains. It's always pitch dark. I'm trying, my husband's always a little sulky. He's just, the kids are here and we're not really doing anything. Take them to the movies. Do something with them. I'm just going to sit here and look at my screen until they come for me. When they want to spend time with me, they'll come. I don't know what that is. If you only see your kids every couple of weeks, wouldn't you want to do something? Maybe I just don't understand. And I'm willing to accept that I just don't understand these things. I have my own idea of what modern parenthood is, and as a stepmom with no kids, I don't have any voice. That's fine, to a point. And but I get all the responsibility. And this is one reason why people say don't marry somebody with kids, don't date somebody with kids. That's why. All the responsibility, none of the recognition, all of the criticism. It's kind of bittersweet because you love somebody and you love their kids and it just doesn't happen. You'll never be a parent. You'll just be babysitter. And a lot of younger people, they fall into that. And I've read a lot of stories about them, and it's a lot sadder than my situation. My situation's just irritating. But some other step-parents' experience is just sad. But I digress. I make sure that he gets up in the morning, and I make sure he takes his meds. And I told my husband, I said, you need to do this too. I know that you are doing a thing and that he's your son. But if he doesn't, get his stuff together, he's never going to get it together. We need to form this habit. We need to make sure that he's doing this. And now the only thing that we have a problem with are the screens, because the screens are always going to be a distraction. Very sad. Let's get a look at Fred real quick. There's always more to the story. Oh, Freddie. She's my little albino fruit bat. I'm going to hang out with Freddie for just a second while I walk over to the scanner. And it looks like I'm going to have to tear this out of the book. We'll get back to Freddie in a sec. That's the cool thing about this particular brand of sketchbook. It's a Strathmore Mixed Media. And I think all of the big sketchbooks now, they have perforations where you can tear things out without little pieces of paper hanging out with you afterwards. So this week, my stepson is at his mother's house, cat sitting. She's out of town, looking at condos in Spokane. She's been doing a master purge, getting rid of things that belong to the kids. And you might ask, well, I heard about two stepkids. What's going on with the other one? Well, the other one got tired of neurodiverse bodies violating boundaries. I mean, my younger stepchild is not neurodiverse. And being the only neuronormative person in a house with two other neurospicy people, it is. And I hate to say this because it sounds terrible, but it's pure hell. Because nobody gets you. Nobody understands what the problem is. Why are you like this? Why are you so upset about this? We're just doing this because it's a nice thing or because it's family. No. I don't think you understand. Leave me alone. Don't touch my stuff. Stay out of my room. Leave me alone. And so my younger stepchild is now in an apartment with friends, working a full-time job, living their best life. Excuse me. I want to be respectful of pronouns here. They are living their best life, and when they come to visit, they have a unique sense of style that I can't get enough of. And they always have a story to tell. Always. All right, let's look at Freddie while I go over and place this in my scanner. Good girl, Freddie. Good girl. All right. Let's get back to it. Now that we've done our sketching, and this is tracing paper, I put my sketchbook over here. Let us grab the iPad. The iPad in Procreate has this little bug where if it stays plugged in while you're working on stuff, it'll skip lines. You'll draw a single line and it'll just be... Okay. I'm going to look at Freddie one more time. No, actually, I'm going to chat with you. Hello. And I'm going to go over and I'm going to change my camera angle because for some reason, I mean, it's a nice feature of this particular camera. It is called an Anchor Work Power Conference, which means It has these angles that you can set in case you have 5 people that need to be in your Zoom call. And I want you to be able to see what I'm doing. So the big zoom in is not going to work right now. Also, I kind of want to be able to show you what's going on without too much reflection. All right, there we go. Let's get back to the drawing board. Okay. Might need to change this here so that we can see the screen. Oh, can't let you see my passcode. Of course, if you got a really sharp eye, you could see it in the other camera. Don't look. Okay, I'm trusting all of you. Ooh, the pen is nice. Let's get that baby out. And we're going to use our scanning program. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. It's faster than it was a couple of days ago. A couple of days ago, I was like, no, I don't feel like it. Let's not do that. Okay, so my stepson is actually at his mother's. His mother is off in Spokane doing God knows what, probably looking at condos. And it's been kind of nice. The room still smells terrible, and we have, every day, we open up the window, we put some fans in there. Febreze often works really well. Yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do about the smell. All we can really do is motivate him. Motivate him to continue looking for work. Motivate him to always take his medications on time at the same time every day. But I did get my husband to be more consistent, more persistent, and quite a bit more assertive when it comes to getting his son out of his room. Because that's kind of important. Yeah, there we go. And that's what he's been doing. He gets up at the crack of dawn. I usually sleep in until 9 or 10. But the big problem now is that the boy doesn't sleep either because he falls asleep during the day, falls asleep looking at his screen, stuff like that. He just doesn't sleep in the middle of the night. And I think he eats like 6 peanut butter and jelly sandwiches a day because he's running out of money. And it's affordable. It's probably not doing a whole lot of good for his mood. All that sugar is probably not doing a whole lot for his sleep or his health. But he's 22. He can make his own choices. And I honestly don't know. Is it appropriate to step in? I mean, the only thing that we've told him is we don't share food. You have to buy your own food. You have to pay for your own cell phone. And he does all that. Oh, I can't find anything. right, there we go. Not now, HP. Good grief. Why do I have to review everything? Review us. And if you don't give us 5 stars, we're going to cry. Bless their hearts, right? Here's my photos. Where'd Procreate go? Oh, there it is. I need something to be big. Let's just go with the square. We can always crop. I got an ad break coming in. So those of you who are not subscribing these days, come back in about 2 minutes and we will talk some more stories. And I will have probably done a bunch of penciling on this. You know what I'm saying? Where's my picture? There it is. That's kind of nice. There we go. All right, I can't wait to trace this. Get some inking on that baby. First, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do some erasing around here to get a little easier to deal with. I have 6 fingers. Okay. You know what? There's a better way to do this. Boop. There it is. It's gone. I'm going to change the background color a little bit. There we go. The background color is just so that I can see where other erases go if I need them. But we are going to ink. Well, I kind of want to flesh things out. I can do that with ink. Let us double check what our settings are real quick. 300 DPI is where I want to go. All right. Oh, that's not going to do. Stop. Okay. Sweet. 300 DPI. Amazing. All right, we are back. We are back and we have some inking to do. Now I usually use syrup for this. Now my last picture, I did a layer of pencils that was kind of unnecessary, but everything was so tiny. I needed to have a little pencil in there, but this time I'm going to go straight for ink. And I don't want to be distracted by too much pencil. Let's get some test things out here. Okay, let's get to inking. Oh, this is going to be weird. Is that cheating? Maybe. I don't know. Could do it the right way to begin with. That would be awesome. You know, I did a Christmas newsletter. I always do a comic for my Christmas newsletter. And the first year that the kids were working or doing something that was independent, Devin had a job. It was great. We were all very proud of him. But I had never visited him at his job, so I didn't know exactly what I did. I just knew that he was working at a deli, like the grocery store deli. Damn it. Why can't I make this work? He was working at a grocery store deli, and my grocery store deli does this thing where they have fried chicken, which is awesome. And that's where he was working. He was working right there. And so what did I do? I drew a picture of him with one of those fry baskets. Because I was thinking, oh, well, he works at the deli. He must fry chicken. And everybody liked that. They're like, oh, this is great. We always love your comics. Like, okay, great. That's awesome. But when my stepson saw it, he went, you know, this isn't right. I don't actually do this. Like, well, you work at a grocery store, right? You work in the deli. He's like, well, yeah, but I don't do this. Like, does it matter? Well, if you want to be accurate, I'm like, no, I want to tell a story. But thank you. Thank you for your input. And maybe if you talk to us once in a while, tell us what you were doing, we would know better. And you know, when you have a screen addiction and you don't have anywhere to go, you don't think about keeping other people updated. You don't think about the people that care about you. Maybe these sleeves are too long. That's just how he is. What is that? Oh. So we didn't really know exactly what he did. Somebody said something about cheese. I'm not going to draw a picture of somebody doing... I had only so much space to work with. And he's a stickler for details. I get that. He's also very semantic, which is not fun. Can you imagine talking to somebody and having them always tell you that what you're saying is not accurate? Well, dear boy, I'm telling a story. It doesn't have to be accurate. It just has to tell the story. This is going slower than I want it to. Notice I keep doing this like I'm wiping away eraser dust. It's a habit. I didn't even make that shorter. The heck, Wynne? Oh, not what I wanted to do. No. There's something not right about this. So the rest of the story here is, this is the day that he moved in. And this is how I like to see it. It's just me. Her sitting there getting all angry. Angry at us, angry at him. I don't know, I don't care. Her opinion doesn't mean anything to me. I did get into an argument with her over text messaging because she was very, very adamant that he come live with us. I'm like, no, that's not going to happen. I love those kids. And then she laughed at me. And I went, okay, you can just fuck off. Pardon my French. That is a bad word. And I should not have used it on a stream that is supposedly all ages. But that's what I told her. Don't use that language at home, kids. It's a bad word with 20 different meanings. Wait until you're in high school. Use it with your friends. You'll be fine. Mm. There we go. Hmm. Now this is not accurate. I don't care. I don't care how accurate it is. Maybe I'll go back at some point and just redo it. But at this point, this is my Inktober and I'm going to do it my way. There, that makes a little more sense. Still a little sloppy, but that's what happens when you don't know all the shortcuts. Hmm. Hmm. Trying to think of another story that I could tell, because there's so many. Oh, I know a story I can tell. It's not a drama like this, but it's still pretty close. I have not done any music outside of Twitch for quite some time. Part of it is I'm having a hard time writing. I can write a few lines, but it doesn't quite match up with what I'm looking for. I mean, I have a lot of ideas. I have them all written on papers and such. But I do not have anything written down, and I don't have the chords I want to use. Part of me is trying really hard to get out of the EADG trap. Almost every pop song has that chord progression, because I guess it is something that humans like hearing. Maybe everyone writes their songs in those keys, and when they want something special, they just add it as a completely different chord. But I have this trio that I sing with almost every week. And they're older. Never really thought too hard about, how old they were or anything like that. I just figured, okay, well, these ladies like to make rock and roll or like to do acoustic stuff. That's what they do. And so I told them, I said, no, I'm not too young, I swear to God. I'm not too young. I'm not going to poo-poo your choices, but I probably will suggest some more modern stuff. They're like, okay, well, that sounds great. So I was in. And I was in a room full of my elders, people my parents' age. And it was a little awkward at first. It still is a little awkward, because all kinds of stuff just kind of melds into one another. You kind of have to get out of that mindset that these people are 20, 30 years older than I am, but they're not my parents. They're not my parents. They're not my parents. So we play stuff from the 70s, and I showed earlier in the stream the comic I made of our music experience outside of just jamming. And it was pretty nice, honestly. And I really like these ladies, and then one of them had to quit to take care of her ailing husband, because that's what you do. So she took care of him, and we saw her a couple of times, but now it's just the three of us. We're a trio. And one of them, and I've been given permission to use their names, because previously I called them Montana and I don't care. But they are known respectively as Carol and Nancy. Very boomer names. Very nice, very smart women. I have no idea if Carol has any kids. No idea whatsoever. I don't think Nancy does, though. Come on, microphone, keep working. So one of them had some kind of cardiac procedure, very invasive, very difficult to recover from. So she didn't come to see us except for recently. And you know what? I realize that these are old people problems. I don't consider myself old. I might have some stripes, and some gray hair, but I don't really consider myself old. And I don't think anybody really considers themselves old. Although my dad, who will be 80 next year, he considers himself old. I don't like that. So one of them is having a difficult heart procedure. And while she was recovering, she was visited by no less than 3 doctors who all told her that she could die at her next procedure. But she has to have the procedure if she wants to live. Now, 3 completely different doctors. I think they actually were several doctors making the rounds or whatever. A couple of them brought interns, but they all came for one thing. Tell our patient that she's going to die, or that there is a high possibility that she will die. And, the first time she says, I was concerned. I was just really stressed out. I was crying. My sister was there. And then the other doctors started coming in. Some of them even brought interns. I can't imagine being told by 7 different doctors over the course of the day that you're probably going to die at your next procedure. That seems... I understand that it's necessary, but they could have stopped at just one doctor. I'm scared to do this one of Jack's ex. I should anyway, just for S&G. Shits and giggles. I just blacked out for a second. Oh, I must be getting low on energy. Yeah, y'all, I'm starting to black out a little bit. I don't get a lot of sleep because with Devin here, and yes, I started saying his name in the middle of the stream, might as well. With Devin here, I don't sleep very well. Mainly because the way that it has always been for me and Jack is that he goes to bed at some hour, like 9 or 10, and I stay up to give the dog her meds. And then the rest of the night is mine, and I'll hop into bed around 1 or 2, get my sleep, and get on with my day. But I can't do that with Devin here because Devin doesn't sleep at night either. But he doesn't sleep at night because he is asleep all day long with his screens. So in the middle of the night while I'm doing something like planning my week or something similar, maybe just getting some me time, listening to podcasts while doing this kind of stuff, he'll show up. He'll show up and he'll come in and he'll want to make a sandwich. It doesn't matter what time it is. And I can't do that because it resets my relaxation clock. My husband does not understand why this bothers me. But when you only get so much time during the day just for yourself, I mean, my husband is not really working right now. But when he is, I have my day to do stuff, but I also have obligations to fulfill. And if I only get time to do that sort of stuff at midnight, then that's what I do. And unfortunately, that means that I only get maybe 3 or 4 hours of sleep a night. But you know, I was talking about something else. I can't remember what it was. There's a house there I didn't draw. Don't worry, I'm not going to spend this much time on a house that's in the far background. Yeah, we're popping on close to 4 hours here. And if I'm falling asleep, that pretty much means that I need to come to a stopping point. And I think my stopping point is going to be the end of all of this inking. So I have a background to figure out, and you know, I've seen a lot of really great artists here on Twitch, and they do all kinds of stuff. And one of the things that I kind of envy is their ability to do projects so quickly. And if they're not doing it quickly, then they're doing it with a lot of detail, you know? Like there's this woman that I follow. She's been working with not alcohol markers, but those acrylic paint ones. And her stuff is really amazing because she draws awesome cats. She draws awesome, what else? Awesome stuff does she draw? Landscapes. I never thought I'd love a landscape. But she does it. And she's usually on for several hours. I kind of wish I knew her real name because, one, she's smart. Two, she's talented. Feels weird calling her Squatting Cat. What do I call her? Squat? No, I call her Cat. All right, let's put this right here. It doesn't look quite the same without the pencil behind it, kind of giving it some body. But I think I might try something new when I get back to this. I think I'm going to try adding a different brush. Give it some body in a way that doesn't take away from what's already here. Goodness, I'm making all kinds of burpy noises today. You know, I think you know this person, honestly. If you've watched my art streams, then you know. You know the ones that I like. And I've probably sent you over there a couple of times. Yeah. And I was told once that sending people from art streams to music streams is always like a cool thing, but I don't know. I don't know if I want to do that. Because I really like the people that I'm following. I think they're super talented. And one of the people that I actually watch on a regular, he's this guy named Anthony Wheeler. I don't think he's on the weekends because doing a 4-hour Twitch stream is well, your full-time job. I think he actually goes 6 hours. I don't know. But he's a full-time artist. Oh. All right. So let me get the border here. All right. Yeah, I think I'll play with this again between art streams because my next art stream is actually Wednesday. And then but first I have a music stream on Monday evening at 5:30 Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern Time. This particular stream that you're looking at now, this is a special stream that I have added for the month of October to do my Inktober project, which is going to be a zine. I'm going to make a zine about adventures with this guy. Adventures with this guy, and I hope to make it a digital download so that anybody can have it, right? Let's erase something here. I think that would be cool, right? Because I know that when Inktober was first starting, I would go to the Comic-Con and there would be independent artists that would sell these zines that they had made of their Inktober projects. And I thought that was kind of cool for them to just do that. And then the guy who started Inktober sold the rights to some other company who manages it for him. And now if you sell anything under the name Inktober, you have to pay them. Sucks. Okay, so the next time you see this, it may be complete. And then the next illustration will probably be... Where did I put that notebook? If you've been here for a few hours, you know that I told you the story about his first days here. And that picture will illustrate that day. The day that everything just kind of went weird. All right, let's see what we got here. All right, so I'm going to do a thing. And I want you to know that I have had a really good time. We've been doing this for like 4 hours. Let's look at Freddie real quick. Oh, she's chewing on her little feet. I wish she wouldn't do that, but oh well. It's better than tearing up the furniture. So I'm going to send you over to Squatting Cat because she is amazing and she's showing off her sketchbook right now. She's showing off her sketchbook right now, which is full of cats and hands and everything she's done over the last couple of weeks. And I don't think she's doing Inktober, but she primarily paints in oils and she does pet portraits. It's just really stunning work. So I just want you to know that I'm really glad that you hung out with me today. I love you. I want you to be happy. I also want you to be good to yourself and to each other. So let's go see Squatting Cat. Okay? Take care.